Happy Monday morning, colleagues. I hope everyone had a nice weekend. I would like to call this meeting to order and we'll do the also do the land acknowledgement. Madam Clerk, I got it here, I got it. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Dakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Prince Bay.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Here.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Adoption of the agenda.
I'll move that the agenda be that the December 13, 2021 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 9.1 Edmonton Police Commission candidate interviews.
Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Knack. Please vote on the adoption of the agenda.
In favor.
Thank
Yes,
Councillor
Madam
Jans.
Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move the adoption of the minutes for the following meetings. For the December 6, 2021 City Council meeting, the December 7th, 2021 City Council meeting, and the December 7th, 2021 City Council public hearing, with one small change. Sorry, and I mentioned to some of the other clerks, but I didn't do it until this morning. I read through them late, so I didn't send an email early. The December 6 minutes, item 1.5, I just need to change it. It said, I introduced the school and you introduced the school. So
Okay.
it's a very unimportant change, but nevertheless, still accurate.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Who seconded that?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rice. Okay, please vote. That doesn't need amendments, just a note. Yes, yeah, okay, got it. All right.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And we do have a couple of protocol items. Just give me 1 second. Councillor Cartmel, you have a protocol item, right?
I do. Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and good morning. It is my honor and privilege today to take a few minutes to acknowledge the creation of the Brian Anderson Memorial Fund. This is a joint effort between Canada Basketball, Kids Sport Edmonton, and the Alberta Basketball Association. The Brian Anderson Memorial Fund is a multi-year partnership that will work to increase opportunities for girls from families facing financial barriers to access basketball programs in Edmonton. Canada Basketball and Kids Sport Edmonton have each initially committed $10,000 to the fund with the goal of continuing to grow funding in subsequent years. This initiative provides yet another significant opportunity to further impact and connect with residents across Edmonton. And as I'm sure many of you know, Brian was a former city councillor who was passionate about increasing sport in our city. And before that, he was a high school teacher, football and basketball coach, husband and father. He left us way too soon, and particularly at this time of year, we all miss Brian a lot. One of the things Brian talked about was, as he put it, the joy of effort. He was keen to teach our youth the value in physical activity for the joy it brings, not the trophy or the ribbon or the accolades, but the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction that comes from challenging yourself and succeeding. He was a strong advocate for better physical health with the clear knowledge that better physical health is strongly associated with better mental health. It is these values that lie at the heart of our Live Active strategy today. Brian was instrumental in creating the original basketball partnership between Canada Basketball, the Alberta Basketball Association, and the City of Edmonton. Brian believed that bringing the Canadian women's national basketball team to Edmonton to train and compete would serve as inspiration for a generation of young Edmonton girls to get active, perhaps dream a little bit about one day wearing a jersey that says Canada on the front. Through partnerships such as these, the Canada Basketball Foundation will be able to continue to work towards increasing the inclusivity of our sport by not only creating additional ways to empower more women, but also working to remove potential barriers to participation. This fund will honor Brian's legacy for years to come by continuing to inspire the next generation of young girls to play the game of basketball. So on behalf of City Council, I want to thank everyone involved in the establishment of the Brian Anderson Memorial Fund. There are a few people joining us today, both virtually and in chambers, and I'm sorry, I can't quite see who is where. But first of all, we do have members of Brian's family with us today. And I think they might, judging from the looks, they may be present in chambers. And yeah, I suppose stand as I say your name if you are present. Paul Sir from the Alberta Basketball Association. Dana Hyman, Executive Director of Kids Sport Edmonton. Greg Ingles, Executive Director of Kids Sport Alberta. Michael Bartlett, CEO and President of Canada Basketball. And Jeff Bailey, CFO of the Alberta Basketball Association. So if I've missed anyone, I'm sorry, but please know that your support and commitment to enhance the lives of so many girls is commendable. Thank you all for being here, and please, Council, join me in a bit of a round of applause for this initiative. Really appreciate everyone's efforts.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, for doing this very important protocol, and Aaron and Sharon are here in the chamber hall, and Brian was a dear friend, a mentor. I was new when I got elected in 2007, and you go into the chamber, into the councillors' corridor, and Brian's office was the first one that you encounter, and he would probably stop you most of the time on your way to your office to give you some sort of advice on how to navigate the system, right? So we all remember him very dearly, and nice to see you both here as well. Thank you so much. And Councillor Cardinal was very touching. Thank you so much for doing this. Cool. Okay, I also have one protocol item. I want to take a few moments this morning to congratulate City's LRT expansion and renewal branch. On November 17th of this year, the Valley Line West project team was presented with the Gold Award for Project Development for their design, build, finance, procurement. This award was from the Canadian Council for Public-Private Partnerships. The Canadian Council National Awards for Public-Private Partnerships honors governments and/or public institutions and their private sector partners who have demonstrated excellence and innovation in public-private partnerships. These awards are presented annually to showcase Canadian excellence and innovation in project financing, service delivery, infrastructure investment, and/or generation of economic benefit, which result in enhanced quality of public services and facilities. Our team navigated and closed on major infrastructure procurement during the pandemic and were successful in locking in a fixed price for the city's largest project within budget during turbulent economic times with changing market conditions. The Valley Line West team was bold and courageous in bringing an innovative procurement risk-sharing project approach to market. This $2.67 billion, 14-kilometer light rail extension is the second stage of the City of Edmonton's Valley Line. The design, build, finance project bundles together design, system integration, and construction into one contract. It also is the first to embed a community benefits agreement for a major capital project in Edmonton. With its 14 street-level stops and 2 elevator stations, the extension will help connect city neighborhoods and reduce congestion with LRT stops downtown, at all major city hospitals, and the city's largest tourist attraction, West Edmonton Mall. Once the West Line is operational, both stages of the Valley Line will operate contiguously using different P3 consortiums. On behalf of City Council, I want to congratulate the Valley Line West team on this win, and I thank them for all their continued commitment to building Edmonton into a more accessible, inclusive, and safe city for all. We have several members of the team joining us, both here in chambers and virtually. I would like to recognize them. From Procurement Leadership Team, Adam Laughlin. Adam, if you could stand up, please. Bruce Ferguson. Bruce, you're here. Brad Smith. Brad is online. Terry Lucas. Eva Chung. Chris is Gentel. Okay. Yep. And Claudia Pooley. Claudia. Okay, they're probably on joining us virtually. And from the PA Development, you can sit down, the list is long. Yeah. From the PA Development Relationship Review Committee and a Procurement Support Team, Igor Pospshin, Sarah Rossman, Ashley Maximic, Chris McCollum, Lindsay Yarman, Daniel O'Brien, Robin Casavant, Hazel Batad, and from the RFP evaluators and technical subject matter experts, Alexandra Turkaza, Craig Anderson, Jacques Ibogue, Lubko Stabelski, Poisson, and Van Afon Fetlathe. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work, and this is absolutely a passion for the city, and particularly a project that's very near and dear to Councillor Knack, who's been working on this, and Councillor Hamilton as well, right? So absolutely. Cool. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Okay. Items for discussion and related business. Select items for debate. Select items for debate. We can probably select. Who wants to go first? Councillor Knack, I can see your name here, but it's gonna.
Yeah, we're having a bit of trouble.
Yeah, eScribe is open. Sorry for the delay.
There you go, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll select item 7.2, and we have to select 9.1.
Councillor Rutherford.
I would like to discuss 7.1, please.
7.1. Cool. And 8.1, because it's a motion pending, will be already part of the agenda to be
That's
discussed, right?
Yeah, you don't have to select that.
You
for
don't
debate.
have to select that. We have nothing to vote on the reports not selected for debate. Are there any? None? Request to speak. We don't have any request to speak. Request for specific time on agenda, which is the temporary mandatory face covering bylaw conditions to be at 11 a.m. because of our
Dr. Sikora
Dr.
will be available
Sikora,
at 11.
who is our advisor on this matter, cannot join us until 11 o'clock, so we make that item at time specific at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm happy to move that item 7.2 be time specific at 11 a.m.
Okay. Seconded by
Second.
Councilor Salvador. Please vote.
Councillor Rutherford? It's not coming up. If you could just say your vote, please, into the microphone.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Vote on bylaws, not selected for debate, none. Councilor inquiries? Seeing none. Request to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule, none. Public reports, none. Okay, now we go into our first item, 7.1.
Good morning, Council. With me here today are Mary Sturgeon, who is Branch Manager of Reputation and Brand. Online are Charity Dyke with Brand Integration, Nancy Jacobson with Legal Services, and Livia Balone with Development and Zoning Services. Amendments to the city's public notification bylaw would allow us to focus on the use of municipal website, edmonton.ca, as the method for legally required advertisements and digital notification for large-scale rezonings. Currently, the bylaw requires legal advertisements to be posted on the website and either mailed to adjacent owners or posted in the Edmonton Service Centre and distributed by public service announcement depending on the topic of the ad. The proposed amendments modify this to focus on the use of the website, with additional notification being provided by mail for single-site advertisements and public service announcements for multi-site advertisements. The proposed bylaw also includes a new method for advertising large-scale rezonings, which will enable the zoning bylaw renewal project. That's the very brief overview. We're pleased to answer any questions you may have on this report, and as I mentioned, the subject matter experts are with us to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that brief presentation. Councilor Rutherford, you selected this item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's first of all great that we're looking for more flexibility in how we communicate this. One of the things that I did want to ask about is in the purpose statement in the report, it says that this will be that the website postings will be the primary method, but then down later in the report, it does talks about all those kind of different methods that could be used. So are we really wanting the website to be the default, and what would that look like in practice?
I'm going to let Mary answer that. She's been working through this.
Thanks for the question. Yes, it will be Edmonton.ca will be the primary method. It does not preclude us, as we have all along used other channels to notify the public. It just allows us to tidy up a challenge that we found with posting in the Edmonton Service Centre. During the pandemic, the service center was closed and there was no traffic through it, so it was not a sufficient way of working, of notification. But yes, we would continue to use all the other methods that we normally do when we communicate information out to the public.
And I think it makes sense to layer in here that we listened intently to Council last time we were here talking about post-media, and your clear advice that we needed to be reaching into multicultural communities and other non-traditional forms of advertising, and that ultimately will form part of our ad strategy as required, depending on the topic.
Thank you. And I noticed in your jurisdictional scan that a few municipalities have sort of a mapping database of all the zoning. Are we looking at doing something like that for Edmonton as well?
I'll ask Charity Dyke to speak to that. She's on the call.
My apologies. I'm actually going to turn it over to Livia because it's Livia and her team that are working on the zoning part of it.
Thank you for the question. We currently have rezoning applications on our mapping system right now, but we are going to be creating a public map with all the current zone and the new zone with the new zoning bylaw. So this will be something as part of our engagement and part of the work prior coming to public hearing with a new zoning bylaw and a new zoning map.
And sorry, Ms. McCabe here. Thank you, Olivia. Just a reminder to council that we'll be bringing an update on the zoning bylaw renewal in Q1. And I'll cover off many of these topics.
Okay, and then my last question is, can you speak to the change in process for those mass changes? The way I understood it is if it affects more than 500 properties, the zoning change, is that correct? Or is it 500 properties have zoning changes?
So what is proposed in this bylaw is we would do an electronic method, so the posting on our website for 500 or more parcels. We've never had to do large-scale rezonings here in Edmonton, and this will be needed for the zoning bylaw renewal because we'll be rezoning almost every property in Edmonton other than direct control zones and some special area zones. So right now it's for 500 or more parcels in alignment with the city charter.
And so what would that look like in practice? Again, sorry, I'm just trying to visualize this in terms of, so with the zoning bylaw, we're needing to rezone. What kind of notification, what kind of communication will the public get on that?
The minimum standard that's in this bylaw is to provide notice on our website. But we are going to be doing a citywide marketing information campaign. So this is looking at putting advertisements, information in taxation notices, so that gets sent to every property owner, 2 notices per year. We're also going to be doing some print and digital billboards, social media campaign, public service announcements, road signs. And then as we are doing engagement citywide on the new zoning bylaw, we will also be providing notice to those Edmontonians that participate in our engagement. We're also doing podcasts, videos, and making sure things like scripting is completed for 311 so when we get inquiries.
So yeah, so what I'm hearing is this is just the minimum standard, but we will absolutely go above and beyond.
That's correct, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much for the work, and that's really exciting to hear that some of that notification will be going out with the tax assessments. That seems like a great opportunity to make use of that mail out that's already happening. So I just had a few technical questions, and I apologize that they may be stemming from me toggling between the new bylaw and the old bylaw. And again, maybe, you know, having that red line version can be really helpful. But so something that struck me is that the current bylaw says, you know, all legal advertisements will be advertised in accordance with this part. And then it's changed to say that legal advertisements may be advertised. So I'm just wondering why that language was changed in terms of having it as a requirement versus the may.
I'm going to look to our legal expert. Nancy, can you answer that one?
Yeah, so we did a bit of a wording cleanup simply because, as we talked about a few times, we can still use the methods that are in the MGA, so the traditional newspaper and direct mail out. So we just wanted to be clearer in this bylaw that this is the third alternative and that the other 2 MGA methods remain available.
Wonderful. And one of those would have to be, it's still the requirement to do them. Perfect. No, that's a great clarification. And then it seems too, from part 5, that currently all legal advertisements are posted on the website, but moving forward, that might not necessarily be the case. Is that the intent?
No, everything that is advertised, so I'm actually going to take a step back, remembering that this is one of 3 ways we can advertise. If we're going to use our bylaw as our method of advertising, everything will go on the website, and there will often be one additional method depending on the nature of the advertisement.
Okay. Okay, so switching from all to is just again providing that allowance. Great. Okay, that is very helpful and clarifies those points for me. Thank you. And then I just had a question too, just a broader conversation. I think we're going to be talking about some of the development permit notification processes and what that looks like moving forward. But I recall that there was a program that allowed folks to sort of opt in to receive email notifications of rezonings and also development permits, but rezonings in their neighborhood. And I was wondering, and I apologize, I can't remember the name of that program, but just wondering if that is still available and if people are able to do that opt-in for electronic notification.
Councillor, we are moving forward with that, and we're aiming to roll that out officially in Q1 of 2022.
Oh, wonderful. That's very imminent. That's great to hear. So that those folks who are really interested don't have to go searching on our website even, they would just get that to their mailbox. Wonderful. Those were all my questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe?
Thank you for all the clarification. My questions were answered. I just wanted to clarify also, though, mailouts, the old-fashioned type mailouts will still continue?
For single site locations, yes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and really exciting work. Seems like we're setting ourselves up for success here. Just another clarification on the mapping database. So is our intention to do that through Slim Maps then and just kind of amp that up, or is there another kind of public-facing map that we're going for?
I will defer to the experts, Charity or Livia, on that.
Hi, thank you for that question. The city is currently working towards a more comprehensive and corporate-wide public notification tool, which is what Mary had previously referenced. We will be phasing it in over probably actually a number of years to get the public notification happening, but we will be starting with the zoning bylaw renewal project and then phasing in other functions. So it will be a new tool on our city website, edmonton.ca, and it will be pulling from different data sources, but it will have one interface for the customer.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation. I'm always an advocate for multiple ways of communicating something. As to your point, Ms. Owen, about the last time we met about the post-media portion, and I understand this is very specific to pretty large zoning bylaw change, but would this have any kind of budget implications for our printing? Or are we going to be, it's to complement, but will we be projecting any kind of offsetting of maybe lessen the amount that we do in print?
Physical copies or print advertising? Is that? I just want to be clear.
Like the
on your
newspaper ads?
Well, we will always have a requirement for print ads.
Absolutely.
One is expropriation ads, which we talked about at that executive committee meeting back in November. And other marketing and communications campaigns as well. Sometimes print advertising does make sense. So it's hard to say whether we'll spend less or more with post-media with this amended bylaw, but we do want to maintain the option of print advertising across the board for all of our communications.
What this allows us to do is explore the right medium for the right message to the right audience.
Great, thank you. And I just have one more small question. I was curious about speaking of multilingual, in your jurisdictional scan, Ottawa, I'm assuming, is bilingual for their whole city website. And I'm wondering if there's anything you can glean around kind of that multilingual piece. I'm not asking for the whole city website to be in multiple languages, but any lessons learned?
We're actually going to be bringing a language strategy forward in the new year. I can't quite remember the date. That will give advice around how we're going to tackle this. Currently, what our website does is use Google Translate, as we talked about last time. But we're doing a corporate-wide scan to determine where the pockets of translation should reside and what our overarching strategy is. So I'll give you a quick example. It doesn't make sense to put Braille on waste carts if in fact you're offering a service to people who are visually impaired that you'll move their waste carts for them. So that would be a redundancy. So we're looking at all of those issues right now.
And potentially might have impact on this piece.
Correct.
Yeah. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor, and thank you very much and for this change presented to us by bylaw. I'm so glad to see some improvement and specific to get public engagement more. And based on the past public advertise and we see what's the public response, and that I think it's worth our effort and to engage public more. So my question, I have a few questions. The first question, so I noticed this change, this new bylaw amendment. So we didn't have this piece for the large scale requirement. So this is the first time, right? And so we don't have like current 2019, in the current 2019 bylaw, we didn't have like pre-bylaw. And we just add this piece specifically to this bylaw.
There was a requirement to advertise. What this bylaw does is enable us to advertise digitally as opposed to using a method which we deemed over time to be ineffective.
And it does specifically address large-scale zonings, which we need prior to zoning bylaw renewal. Yeah.
Okay. So the second question is related by looking at a proposed amendment is citywide requirements, and from 2019 bylaw, current bylaw, and to this amendment, so we deleted one method, is service center, and for the citywide requirements. And so can you explain, so what is the change for? So why we reduced that and from 3 methods to 2 methods?
So the service center advertising requirement required us to put print posters, if you will, or notifications at a physical location where for the last 2 years no one has been attending. And also, it is not the kind of venue where people stand around and look at posters or printed materials. So not having that requirement in place in the new bylaw essentially streamlines our approach and allows us to do what makes sense as opposed to what does not.
Perfect. And also I can see the cost saving as well. And so we don't need to print that much. Very, very good.
Correct.
The last question is about the site-specific requirements. For the mail notification, I just have one comment, and because I just noticed in the past few public hearing session, I received the notice and almost after the days already passed. So I just wondering, and then is there any way we can improve that timing? And then I don't know the public will face the same, sometimes the time different. And so if we can just mail in advance earlier and to ensure people will receive that as well.
Thank you for that feedback, Councillor. We're happy to pass that along. The other thing I want to point out too is with public engagement, we do a weekly public service announcement that includes the public engagement sessions that are coming up. So that's another way for the public to know about our public engagement.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question, and it's probably more to the clerks than it is any. I just want to make sure, because I know the last two bylaws haven't had red line, and occasionally over the years we have inconsistent approach to that. Do we need to make a motion to make it clear that every bylaw going forward should have a red line version, just to make sure? Or?
Does that include all the bylaws that are coming to statutory public hearings?
I find that, I'll be honest, for public hearings, I find that is one of my most challenging things, is not, and they usually are, but it's inconsistent. So I'd like to make sure that's a standard. I don't know if the rest of council wants that, so I don't know if we
Seconded.
There was a motion passed by Lubovici around 2007 that said the same thing, but again, I have already talked to the acting city manager this morning and happy to take a motion if you'd like us to draft something. I would like to just triple check with Ms. McCabe that this doesn't cause.
Yeah, I believe most of her bylaws do have it, but I just would like to make sure it's consistent. I think even Councillor Rutherford might have a draft motion if we need to, so we might do it subsequent. So maybe it's good to be safe, to channel.
Thank you.
Former Councillor Lubovici. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If you're okay, Ms. McCabe is online and she may want to chime in.
Well, I'll wait till we do it as a subsequent, just to make sure we're fully in order. Probably be more in order to ask Ms. McCabe once the subsequent's on the floor.
Okay, cool. All right, that's it for questions. Councillor Rutherford, you want to move the first reading? We're only doing one reading, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so moved.
Moved by Councillor Rutherford, second by Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have all the votes, please.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford, do you have a subsequent or?
You can do it.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay.
He'll seconded it. Andrew Knack will second it.
Okay, so the subsequent motion is that administration provide council with a red line version of all bylaws coming forward with amendments as an attachment to the council report.
Second.
So do you need that wording?
If you could chat it to me, that would be super helpful. Thank you.
And while that's on the floor, I'll sign up for some questions of Ms. McCabe. Sure. So Ms. McCabe in particular, just to get your thoughts on that. Your team's already doing that for generally, but I just want to confirm.
Councillor Knack, generally speaking, it's no problem for us to do them for all bylaws coming forward. My only caution is the zoning bylaw renewal. It is a complete overhaul and rewrite, so I'm not sure that we can do a red line for that one. It would be a lot of staff time.
That makes a ton of sense. Yeah.
That's my only one that I'm really concerned about.
That's a new bylaw in my mind, not a renew or a redo of our existing one, even if it has the same name. So I would agree with that suggestion. I'm treating that as a new bylaw. So.
And just for clarification, we'll just add to make sure that for absolute clarity, it's when amending bylaws are coming forward, that's when we'll provide the additional redlining. Thank you.
I think that's a good distinction.
That's how it was written, right? That it says with bylaws coming forward with amendments? Or should it be amending bylaws? Is it?
Just for clarity, it's our language, but we'll just update that, and I'm just going to chat it to Rama so she can put it on.
Here you go, that administration provide council with a red line version of all amending bylaws coming forward and attachment to the council report. Is that clear? Councilor Rutherford? That's what you're looking for, right?
Sorry, I think Councillor Tang has a question.
Councilor Tang.
Sorry. Can you just clarify, what exactly does redlining mean? Okay, track changes, got it.
Tracking changes.
Yeah, so we just, because we don't have Microsoft Word, so we can't track change anymore because we're a Google base, so we'll find a way to provide you what you're looking for.
Put a red line on it.
It's so you don't have to sit with the two versions, the old version, like we did last week and like again today, so we can take that away and make that work for you.
Yeah, that
so
would be helpful.
it'll be really clear what was removed and what's been
Perfect.
added.
Okay. No one else on the list to ask questions. Councillor Rutherford has moved it and Councillor Knack has seconded it. Any desire to speak to this? Seeing none, so please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Cool. We have 45 minutes to talk about Councillor Jans's pending motion. Michael, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I sent along some adjusted wording. Can I look to the city clerk that they would be able to provide it, or on the screen maybe?
Okay,
Yeah, we will.
And we don't need to bring this item forward, right? Because the other one is at 11 o'clock time specific?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm learning. Okay, new wording. That administration provide a report with an overview of current policy guidance and consider recommended policy changes related to ensuring safety, accessibility, and equity for active and public transportation in the development traffic accommodation plans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I move that and speak to it, or introduce it?
Can you also explain, is this coming out of the,
It's coming out of a number of things, Mr. Mayor.
including the barricades that they were put on cycling infrastructure?
More than that, Mr. Mayor. It's coming from some concerns around accessibilities and pathways in the River Valley, some concerns around sidewalks downtown during downtown construction, other concerns that have just come up throughout the campaign trail. I've heard from a number of folks who are they either move using wheelchairs, they move using strollers, they move using bikes, that it's come up a number of times that sometimes there's been accommodations that have been insufficient, or there's been ramps or a lack of ramps, a lack of accessible infrastructure. So what I was looking for was to get a report that would help us better understand where we're currently at and where we need to be. This would also help me in consideration of future decisions, like when we talk about trail accessibility and connectivity around a potential Horlock Park renewal project. It would help me have greater confidence about the ability to move people east-west from the University of Alberta. I think in my ward, next to maybe Councillor Stevenson, I think I have probably one of the largest populations who do walk and wheel, whether to the university or White Avenue. It's very much is an active transportation area. And so sometimes the that have been placed for concern or for change from either EPCOR or the city or other providers have been insufficient and led to people literally being trapped or stranded. So I'm looking to get a report on this and to give us some considerations. And this will help us in our city plan work going forward.
We should probably have a seconder, so I'll second it just to.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. Questions? Colleagues?
Do I have to fill 45 minutes? Do I have to filibuster this?
No, don't worry. We can do this very quickly, Councillor Jans.
Okay.
Councillor Rice have some questions to, so in this case, Madam Clerk, councillors can ask questions to either the mover of the motion or to administration, right? Both of them.
That's correct. So
Okay.
now the assembly has the motion before them, so admin can answer questions, or you can ask questions of each other, particularly the mover.
Got it, good. Okay, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I think this is very good motion, and thank you, Councillor Jens, to provide it. And because from what I heard, and the public do care about the safety and accessibility and equity. I just have a question, and to help me understand, what do you mean, and so specific during construction project? And do you mean, and then for this type of feature and for the public transit, and we start doing this and during any construction started period, or just, can you explain a little bit more about the, between this motions, safety, accessibility, and equity, and construction projects?
Certainly, Councillor, and I would draw you to my original wording said construction projects, but administration suggested a refined wording of what you could see on the screen that says in the development of traffic accommodation plans. So anytime we are moving people from, say, one sidewalk that's closed to another sidewalk or something else, we need to think about accessibility. So I'll defer to the administration to speak to the clarity of that and ensure that we all have clarity of purpose here.
It's reflective of that we're not the only ones doing construction in the city of Edmonton, and that there's development projects as well, and utility construction projects as well. So it's really to capture the full suite, of which we have currently 4 policies that support the direction around that, and in addition to that, the creation of the corporate accessibility plan. It allows us to weave all of these things together into traffic accommodation plans.
Specifically related to this, I have one question. I'm not sure is should reflect in the motion or not. and for some construction project is going on right now, and then definitely impact our traffic accessibility, and also impact the community accessibility as well. And so I don't know if that is part of this, and from policy perspective, or is different. For example, some like for the LRT9, and then when LRT9 just cross some neighborhoods, and that will impact the traffic accessibility and for the neighborhoods. I don't know if that is part of this policy guidance, or is this separate piece when we talk about safety and accessibility and equity.
So if you have a specific question around a particular project, I think that's best served to be focused on that particular project. This is essentially to bring back the policies that we have around accommodation during construction, both for the private sector and the city of Edmonton. And in reviewing those, any recommended changes that we would propose in those policies. If it's location specific, my advice is to either have that conversation with administration or bring a different motion related to that.
Oh, okay. So I will set up a meeting to have an offline conversation regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson?
Thanks. Just a really quick question. If would the policy changes include, just from administration's perspective, a look at the fees that are charged, like the OSCAM permits?
One of those, one of those policies that I was referencing is the construction hoarding policy and OSCAM. So there was a report done a little while ago. Sorry, they're blending together. That identified those fees, and so I think this review would include that, and Mr. Sebrick could add to that if he wants.
Yes, Councillor, I believe we initially brought forward some recommendations around permit fees with the intent of trying to minimize impact, so to encourage people who are using whether it be sidewalks or roads for their construction projects to minimize that disruption time. We brought that forward, I believe, in 2017, and then a follow-up again in 2018 with some revisions to that. So we have started to incorporate some of those actions out of that work.
Great, and this will be a bit more of a statement than a comment, but I would say I have been really impressed in recent years, just, with the Jasper Ave construction, for example. I think that overall, there seems to be a fair amount of care given to ensuring that there is pedestrian access during those major construction projects, and that full closures are limited. So just wondering if that was a change in practice or if there was policy direction that led to those changes.
It has improved over the years. Active transportation policies, optimization of the transportation system network policy, the construction hoarding, the OSCAM permit, they were all with the lens of improving how we accommodate during construction. I think the tension we have is that at times construction, there are trade-offs, and so then there's limited space that is available to permit the construction, and trying to balance that the best that we can. But there has been an effort to improve, and again, referring to some previous reports, I believe there was actually a report in 2019 focused specifically on this item.
Great, yeah, certainly starting to see that in practice, and I definitely support this motion in terms of moving that further along, but there's some good news in there as well, I think. Thanks, those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first of all, I really do like the intent of this motion. I think it's duly needed, and so thank you, Councillor Jans, for bringing this motion forward. I have I have a potential amendment to the motion, but I have a couple questions first of administration. First off, is that date for due date realistic? I know that I'm thinking about your area and all of the things that I already know are coming forward in Q1, and then I also know that likely after budget, there'll be a few more projects that I hope will be moving forward. So I want to make sure that when we do this, it's not rushed, because when we rush stuff like this, then we don't actually do that full GBA plus analysis. We don't really think about, yes, pedestrians and active modes, but we have to also think about people that can't walk, people that, and I've seen that. I've seen accommodations for pedestrians, but then I look at that and say, if I wasn't able to walk over this barrier, I wouldn't be able to get to City Hall. That's happened before. So that's where my amendment comes in. So I want to make sure that whatever date we give is realistic to actually be comprehensive.
So I do believe it is realistic.
Okay.
I would caution that if the expectation is for perfection, I just, with all the variables that we're talking about, I don't think it's realistic, because, as I mentioned in the previous question, there are so many trade-offs when you get into these large-scale infrastructure projects that it's respectfully, I just don't think we can write a policy that covers off every consideration, and there does have to be judgment used in developing these traffic accommodation plans. And in saying that, I think if we're back in March, then I think it's, if there are other suggestions or areas for improvement, it allows an ongoing conversation with committee.
Okay. And then my second question to administration is, do you work with the social planning team division on that analysis, or how do you conduct this analysis of policy review? Like, do we have any area in the city that sort of looks from a social lens at policy? And if so, are we coordinating in this is the intent to coordinate in this motion?
Well, we always take an approach of integration. There are existing policies that are being reviewed. Some of them have been updated recently, so we would absolutely incorporate the GBA plus analysis from a social perspective. I'd just like to understand a little bit more in terms of what you're thinking. Is it beyond the GBA plus? Is it a consideration of different users?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of strengths to leverage within an organization, and as somebody that was doing this work previously, I think a lot of times when there was infrastructure or other things, the connection with the social planning section wasn't considered in terms of what kind of lens they would put on that policy review. And so that's where I'm coming from, of saying that if there's, you've identified these policies, you have your perspective, are we making sure we're getting that social planning perspective as well in any recommendations that come forward in March?
Noted, and I think what we can do is make sure that we circulate to the right folks within the organization, including Mr. Smyth's team.
Perfect. And then, okay, so then my only question for you now, Councillor Jans, is around this motion. I know you mentioned accessibility, like to ensure safety, accessibility, and equity for active and public modes of transportation. But I want to make sure that the intent does not exclude thinking about when we're having to do temporary placements, how we're accommodating people with disabilities. So I don't know if it is covered in accessibility, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
I in my mind, I was thinking of my neighbors in the building over with the wheelchairs and the walkers and the electric strollers or electric, what do we call them? Like the electric wheelchairs. I was exactly thinking of those residents as well who are having trouble getting on. I wasn't sure of the language the city uses to refer to all of our neighbors. So by saying accessibility, and at least verbally with administration, I believe they have confirmation of my understanding. But I could look to Mr. Laughlin to confirm that he also has that broad lens on this.
Absolutely. So our corporate accessibility plan, which was recently approved, talks about maintaining barrier-free access, and that would be the lens that we would apply on the basis of that word choice.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
So this would involve engaging with the city's advisory committee on accessibility issues, right? You will consult with them.
They have been consulted along the way with these various policies.
Got
and again, our approach here is to do a review of the policies that we have in place with an eye on any additional adjustments or improvements or red lines based on the previous discussion to the policies that we currently have. It would include an overview of those and on the basis of what we determine, further engagement if required.
Yeah, good, because Councillor Rutherford's comments are absolutely important and valid to be considered. Okay, Councillor Salvador.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Jans, for bringing this forward. I guess just a clarifying question. Is the intent also to consider the timing of concurrent construction projects that may be blocking kind of multiple pedestrian routes? So I'm just thinking of a ward-specific example, like the 50th Street pedestrian bridge I know was under construction with a full closure, as was the Ada Boulevard bridge. And I know there were some concerns just around sort of multiple points of access being blocked. And I guess possibly to administration, in our traffic accommodation plans, do we consider that holistic perspective, or is it kind of project specific?
Absolutely. We consider overlapping larger corridors for all modes. I think there are times where available funding and funding constraints require a deviation from that, but we work closely with Mr. Sebrick's group around ensuring that from a traffic accommodation perspective, we're minimizing those impacts as much as possible. But again, just because of the scale of some of these infrastructure improvements, it's difficult to be certain that we can do that every time.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's totally understandable. So I guess that would be included in kind of the report back. We'd be able to see what exactly that policy looks like today. Yep.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Just making sure that information would be included in the or in the report that we're receiving back, just to see exactly what that policy looks like today.
In terms of an actual policy related to that, it's more of an administrative process related to if I could use this term, the road authority,
sure,
which would cover off both vehicle and active transportation. So it's an administrative process out of Mr. Sebrick's group. So I don't know if he wants to add on that. I think one big part of it is the OSCAM permits. And the approval of the various permits do consider that overlapping infrastructure improvement, whether it's the city or a private developer.
Yeah, Counselor, I was just going to add to what Mr. Laughlin said. It a lot of times is, we have a good understanding of where we can coordinate our work. Sometimes the bigger challenges come with coordinating outside projects such as developer or utility-led work and coordinating that to make sure that those different parties are working together to minimize that disruption. But again, it's through the traffic accommodation plan process, that's where we look at coordinating and looking for opportunities to minimize that impact.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I really appreciate that clarification, and thanks again to Councillor Jans for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Jans, for bringing this. I actually really like this. And when the moment is right, I'm happy to speak to it as well. Can I do that now, or now it's just a question? Yeah, now it's just a question. Okay. Can you, Mr. Laughlin, can you remind me what is OSCAM?
On-street construction access management.
On-street construction and maintenance.
And maintenance.
Pretty close.
We need that glossary.
Sometimes when you use the acronyms, you actually forget about what each word is for.
Sorry, on-street construction and maintenance.
Permit.
Permit. Okay, gotcha. And beyond the advisory councils, would you also be speaking to like specific groups, for example, to take a bit of a case study approach to really understand certain circumstances? I guess I'm just thinking, there's a particular group in my ward that I'm thinking of who have faced significant challenges because of constructions all around them. And I think it would just be really valuable to take a bit of, I guess, targeted approach to understand people's situation.
So I think just with that question and back to Councillor Rutherford's question, if there's a desire for council to have us do engagement on this, Q1 isn't realistic. So what we'd like to do, and in conversation with Councillor Jans, and this is confirming what his desire is with the motion, is to provide what we currently have from a policy perspective, from the review and some of the feedback that we've heard, identify opportunities for improvement with the policies, and bring that back to committee in March.
Okay.
If there's a desire to do extensive engagement related to the existing policies that have happened, March isn't realistic.
Okay, that's great. If engagement can come after the report comes back, that would be great. And sort of final piece, I guess, to Councillor Jans, among all the recommendations, and we don't know what's gonna emerge. I guess I'm just thinking, would you also kind of envision the policy change to impact interventions that could be accomplished within kind of existing project budget plan from the beginning, and to improve upon that kind of permitting approval process, just so that I'm clarifying my understanding of what might come out of this?
Yeah, I mean, Councillor Tang, I think you kind of part of this I see very much as not a complete motion. I see it as a step one motion. First, we need baseline data. What's currently happening? How are we doing? And then from there, we can look at all of those other components, whether it's the permitting, like Councillor Stevenson brought up, or these other aspects that you brought up. And on the engagement, I've already, for example, with this motion, I've met with there's an accessible living center in one of my neighborhoods, and I've already reached out to them, and I'm going to be going and working with them in this and doing some engagement with them directly as the councillors. So I would see this as there's opportunities here for us as councillors to look at some of those localized hotspots that each of us know in our own wards, to go and listen to their lived experience, and then to bring that as a broad consideration as we look at motion. Maybe we already have good practices. There's been maybe it's an enforcement issue. Maybe there are tweaks that need to happen. Maybe there's a couple other challenges that I don't know yet. But definitely, as a new councillor, before coming in with recommended changes, I just want to get a sense of baseline. This is where we're at, and that's the intent of this motion.
Awesome, thank you. Mr. Laughlin, did you want to add anything? I saw your mic on.
Just that the question about do we accommodate for accommodation in our construction projects, we do.
Okay.
So certainly, based on the policies that we have, as we bring forward a capital project on scope, schedule, and budget, it does bring consideration of the traffic accommodation plans and the costs associated with that. And I think if there are certain projects where there is that tension between how do we accommodate all modes safely and equitably, we will bring our best recommendation, but council at Checkpoint 3 always has the opportunity to weigh in on the scope component of the project.
Yeah, and I think it's great to kind of set that expectation for all types of construction projects, but happy to speak to this.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Can you move the second round?
Move to second round.
Seconded by Councillor
Second.
Knack. Please vote for the second round.
Councillor Cartmel? Oh, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So my first question is more related to process. So I notice this motion is provided to report back to the committee. And so is which committee? And is not, yeah, in the motion specifically.
It would come back to Urban Planning Committee.
Urban Planning Committee. Oh, thank you very much for that clarification. So it's my understanding that any committee decision will back to the City Council as well, right?
Depends on what that decision is. So typically reports, if it's a report coming back for a councilor inquiry to committee, that would be it for information. If it's a report coming back from administration in response to this motion, I can't say for sure what type of recommendation, if any. It depends what committee wants to do with that. So I can't say for sure it would have to come up to council, but all I can say is that committee can't direct expenditures, bylaw changes, or policy amendments. That would have to come up. But I think as Councillor Jans was saying, this is the first step to start having the conversation.
Okay, thank you. Because this motion is related to specifically policy change recommendation. So is there any policy change, and then we have formal public engagement?
Just to confirm, the question is because we're considering potential policy changes, there a requirement for formal public engagement? I think that's where we, and Councillor Jans, I think, said this, confirm what we have. If there's opportunities for improvement that administration identifies, we would bring that for consideration, and then from there we would determine the depth and breadth of public engagement that would be required. If the instruction today was to create a new policy for something, and at this point I wouldn't recommend that because I think we need to provide the background information, then yes, public engagement would be required.
Thank you. It's my understanding that the active transportation and the public transportation has different requirements and for the safety, accessibility, and equity. And so for this motion, we include two like components, is active transportation and public transportation. Do we need to put them together, or it's a better way to just separate? And for this policy change, and it depends on what we currently have, and for the active transportation and public transportation, right? And then because I heard, and what I heard from public's voices, a concern or requirements or something change you would like to happen, and it's for two different things: active transportation and public transportation.
So I think the mover might be able to help answering this question based on intent, but I take the intent here to be focused on active modes and public transportation being transit or those types of services. And that's just something to confirm with the mover.
And because the scope of active transportation and public transportation and from public's perspective is different. And then I heard the voice and concern regarding these two different things is different as well. But we can, generally speaking, yes, we can use safety, accessibility, and equity to describe them, but the totally requirement is different.
Yes, certainly
Yeah.
when we set up traffic accommodation plans, the access for public transportation, transit, and active transportation have different considerations, for sure.
Yeah, so Councillor James, and just this question for you, and would you consider and to separate these two? And I know it's just the first step of the motions, and then maybe like further conversation regarding the active transportation and different like public transportation two categories, or
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Rice, I'd recommend not splitting them at this time. I'd recommend keeping it as one because it speaks to the whole idea of like, you know, you may need to walk to the bus stop. Can you walk to the bus stop? Is it accessible and safe? When the bus brings you home, does it drop you somewhere that you're able to walk home safely? Like the whole idea that it's basically any other kind of, I'm thinking of neighborhood renewal where we do a really good job of helping move the cars through. Do we do a good job of helping move the people on foot through or in a wheelchair or on a stroller or in a walker? And so I'm trying to take a broader, more inclusive, wide lens to this first. Let's hear from a bid, and then from there, if we need to specialize it to accommodations, we could do that afterwards. Does that help?
okay, my time is out.
But does that answer the questions, Councillor Rice, or you need further clarification from admin?
So I will have the offline discussion regarding that.
Good,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Anyone, I know Councillor Tang, you showed some interest to speak to this. You want to go ahead then before I go to Councillor Jens?
Oh, okay, sure, yeah. Well, thank you so much, Councillor Jans, for bringing this forward. You know, when I was looking at this, it really reminded me a lot about the experience I had visiting the Shepherd's Care Senior Home in Mill Woods, which is kind of on the corner right there of 66th Street and 28th Ave. And over the past many years with the LRT construction, in fact, so much of the challenges that folks faced just crossing the street even made it into the news, and then there were some things being done about it. But you know, when I was visiting, I drove, and it was hard to navigate. And I can't imagine folks who are in continuing care, living with a wheelchair and walkers and all the daily challenges that they had to live with for the last many years. And their challenges is also not only because of the construction and I think lack of accommodation or poor accommodation just to cross the street, but it's also, you know, it was in the midst of the bus network redesign. They lost their bus stop because of the LRT. And for some of these folks, you know, there's outings, organized outings that's dependent on buses, on transportation, that significantly impeded that part of their life. And essentially, you know, for the past many years, and I think COVID added on top of that, many of these seniors, especially those in, you know, long-term care and continuing care, were quite stranded and isolated. And so I really support this this motion to see how, you know, city can set higher standards when it comes to construction projects and accommodating different users of the road. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I know, Councillor Jens, I don't see you to close it, but do you want to go directly to voting?
Directly to voting, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for bringing this forward. Really appreciate that. Just hold on. Councillor Rice. To speak to the motion, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I do see this motion is a strong supportive and to our citizens, Edmontonians who experience some issues regarding safety, accessibility, and equity, and for the public transportation. And so with that said, I will support this motion. Also, I still want to mention the active transportation is totally the scope and from public transportation. And what I heard my colleague talk about here is most about the public transportation, safety, accessibility, and equity. And so with that said, I would like to follow up and then to have that fully informed information about the active transportation and how this integrate with public transportation, and we can support them together. So I just want to speak to bring that point out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have motion on the floor, so please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll be back at 11 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor, real quick, as a point of order, just to recognizing we only have an hour to deal with this issue, and Dr. Sikora isn't available till 11, but could we actually get the presentation now so that we're ready for 11?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's a
just-
good idea.
So I'll move to bring it forward just so that we can.
Yeah, there's no issue with that. Bring forward 7.2. Please, who's seconded by?
I can second.
Councillor Stevenson. To start now on this report, so please vote. Display the
Councillor
vote.
Jantz? We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Mrs. Sikora will join us at 11 o'clock or whenever he joins us, but we'll go through the presentation and we'll start with questions as well, as if there are two admin on this. Go. All right, go ahead with the presentation, please.
Excellent. Good morning. Here to discuss amendments to the temporary mandatory face coverings bylaw. Normally, City Manager Corbo would be presenting for administration, but this morning he is with the provincial task force working on the homelessness action plan. So I'm pleased to present on behalf of administration. As we mentioned, Dr. Sikora will be online at 11, and we also have support from our city staff, Nicole Poirier, who is on virtually, and Nancy Jacobson. Both of them co-lead the COVID-19 task team. Next slide, please. By way of background, the city bylaw requires Edmontonians to wear masks in all indoor public places and public vehicles in the city, on transit, in malls and stores, in restaurants when not eating, and when observing a church service or performance. As its name indicates, the bylaw was intended to be temporary. The bylaw previously had an expiry date of December 31st, 2021. When caseloads were declining and the province was reopening, the previous council deactivated the bylaw. Council then introduced it as we entered the fourth wave. Since that wave overlapped with the municipal election, at that time, council added a mechanism for it to lapse when case rates fell below a certain level. This ensured the bylaw remained responsive to the actual COVID situation, even if council wasn't able to meet and adjust the bylaw themselves. In November, a few days before the active case rate trigger would have deactivated the bylaw, council discussed the situation and felt it was appropriate to leave it in place for a longer period of time. To avoid having the bylaw automatically deactivate or repeal, council removed both the date and the case rate levels. During the meeting, council considered triggers like case rates, vaccination of children between 5 and 11 years old, ICU utilization, and the status of the provincial health order. Council asked administration to return with amendments, including new triggers. Our recommended amendments are before you today. To be clear, today is not about deciding whether or not the bylaw should be in effect. Today is about deciding what, if any, Triggers should be added to the bylaw to require council to reconsider it in the future. If you do not pass any amendments, the bylaw remains in place. Also, a reminder, the provincial health order currently requires masks in all indoor places. It applies in more places than the city's bylaw, and we have no indications about when the province might consider repealing it. Next slide. Oh, thank you. Administration consulted with provincial officials, including Dr. Sikora, about the benefits and advantages of using different triggers. The number of cases in the population is a useful indicator of community transmission, and therefore of community risk. The percentage of children vaccinated, on the other hand, is more appropriately an indicator of parents' attitudes and actions, not risk. Hospitalization and capacity numbers reflect the healthcare system and are a lagging indicator about the disease. These are important numbers to watch, and we monitor them regularly. However, they are not good indicators of transmission within our public places. In the end, administration's advice to consider two things as triggers to require a council discussion on the bylaw in the future. First, a case rate below 100 per 100,000 people for 28 consecutive days would show that community transmission is relatively low and stable. Second, the province's removal of its public health order about masks is an indication that the leaders of public health policy are seeing lower community transmission and risk across the province. Both case rates and public health orders are publicly available, and the information is timely. Once those two conditions are met, we recommend that council determine whether it is appropriate for the bylaw to lapse. There may be additional considerations at play in the community, and council may want to understand and consider them before making a final decision. If council approves the recommended amendments, once both of these events have occurred, council will have 30 days to discuss the bylaw and decide on the best path forward for Edmonton. That concludes the presentation. Happy to answer any questions, and a reminder, Dr. Sikora will be on the line if he isn't already.
He is on the line now.
Excellent.
Yeah.
To provide the Alberta Health Services perspective. And of course, we have Nancy and Nicole ready to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Dr. Sikora, you have comments on this?
No specific comments, thanks. I think this is a very pragmatic approach, one that allows for flexibility, but also allows for that continued use of the publicly available information to help inform city policy.
Good. Okay, thank you. And thank you for joining us early. Councillor Knack, you exempted this, right? So go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few questions, and I appreciate the work that's been done on this, and I know when we did the motion, it wasn't necessarily set on those specific four indicators, but they were potentially guiding principles. So I do want to ask first about the case load itself. I know we've been using the fewer than 100 out of 100,000. I have heard, and maybe this is probably more to Dr. Sikora first, I've heard from some folks in the medical community that the CDC's new definition of low case rates is fewer than 10 per 100,000. And I just wanted to know, is that your understanding as well? And then if it is, should we consider using that as the number, or is it appropriate to still be using the fewer than 100?
I think fewer than 100 per 100,000 is a good metric, or at least it's a good benchmark to start to have conversations. And it's a trigger to have the conversations about bylaws and about public health actions. It's not a clear, or at least it's not a cut and dried decision metric. Rather, it's a trigger to have a discussion.
Exactly. Yeah, I know. I realize that that's important, an important distinction, I think, in this. And we would then be able to look at what those case rates are and if they should be at a lower rate before our bylaw is repealed. The one I do want to, I'm still not 100% sure on. I can understand why we might not use the vaccination rate piece in the bylaw. I am a little uneasy about not including the ICU piece. and wouldn't mind now I know in the motion it had referenced 50%. I have, again, of the understanding that sort of 80%, being below 80% is probably a more reasonable target. And again, I'd like to get your thought on, first, the reasonableness of if you were going to use a number, what's the right number? And then whether you would recommend having that in there, understanding that that was a pretty significant impact in the fourth wave, and that had a pretty significant impact on the health and well-being of others, and should we be then including that in ours?
It's a really good question, and I think as we contemplate what further, or at least refinements in those public health actions are, we do want to look forward and look towards those other metrics that are out there. Now, Alberta Health and Alberta Health Services have, of course, put forward what the ICU capacity, what the numbers are, what the expanded capacities have been. We're still at expanded capacity right now, but that speaks to that perhaps intent that we have collectively across Alberta, across Edmonton, of protecting our healthcare infrastructure. We still are strained right now. And I think what I'll interpret perhaps that Council would want to put forward is, how do we encompass and incorporate our healthcare strain and our stress on healthcare system in helping make decisions locally going forward? Now, I know at the Alberta Health level, and I don't sit at the Alberta Health tables, but Alberta Health does take into consideration what the, of course, community transmission events are, and what the Alberta Health Services pressures are in making refinements to their healthcare policies and those public health policies overall. Because it is a lagging indicator and can be impacted by a whole host of other things, just off the top of my head, we're entering influenza season, other respiratory virus season. We're entering trauma season in terms of slips, trips, and falls. We're doing surgical uplift to be able to help, I think, address the backlog of cases, so that our ICU capacity is going to be something that'll be in flux. Hopefully we can get back down to that baseline of 173 across the province on a fairly soon basis, but it is quite delayed over time. So I hesitate to have that as a metric, but I think it's important that when we put into context our perhaps lower case numbers across our zone, fewer than 100 per 100,000, that we also consider what our healthcare infrastructure and capacity is at that particular point in time.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I guess the reason I'm uneasy is probably for the same reason that you talk about having that or closely monitoring it, because that was a fairly important indicator to, I think, as we went into the fourth wave, and maybe the lack of response, or the immediate response to what was seemingly an increasing impact there. So that's why I'm wondering if we should include that in order to help trigger that conversation. But I'm out of time, so I'll reflect on that and see what my colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nair. Councillor Stevenson?
Oh, just one very simple question. City, we are able to bring this bylaw forward for discussion at any point. Is that correct, without waiting for the triggers?
I was pausing there to see if Ms. Giesbrecht wanted to weigh in, but yes, you can.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. I know we'd all like sort of some reassurance as to when the pandemic will end. But my concern is, that are we giving false hope that when we hit these triggers, people will think that we're automatically going to remove the bylaw? And should we maybe, if we are going to put some triggers in, should we be more forward-thinking, Dr. Sikora? It's a global pandemic, and I think we need to look globally at what's happening, and that's what I think's happened in the other waves. We were trending down with these lagging indicators without looking at what was happening globally. Would you make any recommendations for more forward-thinking triggers?
I think it's difficult to write in those forward-thinking triggers. I think the things that have been consistent over the past 18 to 20 months have been the case rates on a daily basis. Our values is, of course, something important, but also our hospital utilization, and those speak to those three key aspects of looking at reducing transmission events, and then preserving our healthcare infrastructure. The immunization target that we have across Alberta, or at least the immunization goals that we have across Alberta to help really protect our population, is perhaps something that could be worked in. But again, it's something that's very challenging to be able to do. I mean, if I reflect about our 12 and over population, we've had about 85%. But that, I can't really state, and we've discussed at council previously, what does 85% mean? Is that herd immunity? And what is herd immunity for COVID-19? And it's difficult to state because, as we've seen these emerging variants of concern that might be more easily transmitted. So it's an evolving area. More immunization would be better, I think is a common phrase. And that we've seen what our healthcare infrastructure is capable of doing to be able to respond. But it's really difficult to work in sort of preemptive metrics into a particular bylaw, and keeping things, I think, simple in terms of a 1 per 100 per 100,000 to necessitate a discussion is a.
Okay, and I guess my next question is to administration. If we don't pass this amendment, you said our existing bylaw stays in place.
That's correct.
And it doesn't expire at the end of December.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
And if I could, Councillor Wright, you had a comment in there about, is this creating hope, false hope, I think was the way you described it. I think the last council meeting on this, there was from council a bit of desire to show people that, this is the hope that could be provided with an adjustment like this. That how do we show in the bylaw that it's just not going to be forever, but there may be an opportunity. So that's why we brought it back the way we did. And Dr. Sikora has been directly involved in the work leading that our folks have been leading on the policy, or sorry, the amendments to this.
I just don't want the expectation out there that, when we hit this trigger, masks are off.
Right.
I think they've done so much to protect us.
And that's the reason for the 30 days, because there could, as I mentioned in the presentation, there could be another variable that has come up to consider. And so that's why council would still have a discussion related to whether it continues or not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello, thank you. And I first want to say thank you to Dr. Sikora. I really appreciate your expertise and insight into this. And I do like those triggers. What I guess wonder is, why does it have to be written into the bylaw to discuss a point of further discussion? Because one of the things that was discussed at the last meeting was having regularly scheduled reports that would come back with certain context at that time in which you could discuss. So what is the benefit of writing this into the bylaw versus it being a practice within administration?
So we absolutely don't have to write it into the bylaw if you don't want to. It was an ask to signal to Edmontonians that there would be certainty of when a review would happen. In the report, as we've noted, it is our intention to bring a monthly update to council with information. And as mentioned earlier, if at any point at that meeting or any other meeting of council, if you want to bring forward your bylaw and have a conversation, there's a procedure to do that.
Well, I was just going to add that the monthly updates would continue. So that's a way to ensure that there's regular update of information. It includes the most up-to-date information, and it includes the advice from Alberta Health Services as well.
Yeah, I think for me, one thing that I struggle with regards to this is just the confusion that already exists around this bylaw. Even I posted it, and people were worried that we were going to rescind it today. And, there's just, I think the simpler we can make the bylaw, I get that, but I also had a lot of people comment that they were disillusioned with having a threshold that when we hit that threshold, we were changing it anyway. And so I guess I'm just wondering for you, Mr. Loughlin, like why the recommendation for these thresholds in the bylaw? Like, why is this the recommendation from administration?
Well-
Given that context of making it as simple as possible for community and citizens to understand?
To be clear, because council asked us to bring back some considerations of what would be thresholds and what should we include. And from the advice of Dr. Sikora and the task team, we felt these were the most appropriate in terms of being able to respond and provide council the information to respond to that. But if council's desire is to keep it as simple as possible, which is just leave it in place indefinitely, subject to information coming back and reconsideration, that's council's purview. And as Ms. Jacobson said, if you don't approve the amendments today, it just stays that way.
And perhaps important to point out that, and I know Mr. Laughlin had this in the presentation, there's two triggers to the review. One is the epidemiology, so 100 per 100,000, but also the second part, which is the rescinding of the face covering legislation by our chief medical officer at all.
But how I read that currently is that it's both, not either or.
Both.
Yeah, so both have to be met to trigger that.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So if we have case rates below 100 per 100,000, which we currently have today, 61.4, we would not be bringing anything back because the provincial order still requires masks.
Yeah. So that was going to be my next question for Dr. Sikora is, so this current threshold, we would be hitting it already? Is that correct? Like the one, not the provincial health order being removed, but the case count?
Yeah, the case count would be met, but our case count is, of course, based on individuals coming forward for testing. So it's imperfect, but it's practical.
So the less people that get tested, the less reliable that data is.
That's correct.
So it's very context dependent, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
And so whether we put that threshold in the bylaw or whether we have monthly conversations in which we look at all that context to see whether it's appropriate at that time, it's really going to lead to the same results and outcomes of looking at the context in the time and space of that consideration.
I would agree with that. Mr. Laughlin?
Yes, that's the case. And just a point of clarification, it's 28 days, consecutive days of being under 100 per 100,000.
So I guess how many days are we at right now?
We currently today are at day 39. However, the way this amendment is written, the count resets today.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Got it. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a few questions. It's my understanding right now the public has that change fatigue, and due to there have been so many changes to the public health restriction, reduce the frequency of change will benefit citizens. Before my question, I do want to say thank you, Nancy, and Nico is not here first. So I got opportunity to meet with you and to have better understanding how much work and from city perspective to do and to stop spread of COVID-19 and to protect our public health. So I appreciate your work. Thank you for that. So specifically my question is about, and because provincial health restriction is already in place. And then if we do this, and from public perception perspective, is there any overlap? And then what's the benefit we do this sense overlap? And even like for the scope of the restriction, we are same. And for the inside and outside public-owned building or private-owned building, everything like that. And can you explain that a little bit more? Why? What's the value and for us to do this?
I'll start, and certainly Ms. Jacobson or Ms. Poirier, Dr. Sikora can add, but I think context-sensitive information helps support decisions for particular zones in the province. The province is broken up into different health zones, and to this point, I think they've tried to take a provincial approach at times. There's zones that require different treatments based on the case counts, but this allows council with this temporary mask bylaw to provide a level of comfort to Edmontonians that there is a different consideration if the context-specific issues or challenges in Edmonton require something different. And I don't know if Ms. Jacobson wants to add to that, or Dr. Sikora.
I'll jump in here, Councillor Rice. So just specifically with regards to face coverings, the provincial order covers a few more places that our bylaw doesn't. So it has that advantage in that regard just because of provincial jurisdiction. One advantage to holding a bylaw below the provincial order, even though it applies in slightly fewer places, is the fact that it's enforceable by cities' peace officers and bylaw officers who can't currently enforce the public health order. And as Mr. Laughlin said, it offers a level of comfort that it is there. So if the provincial order is gone, the bylaw is still there until this council makes a decision. So there are some benefits, even though they do overlap.
So let me recap that. And so I come with these questions due and from public reception, because last time we passed the bylaw, we received so many different emails and different point of views. And so based on what I heard here is for municipal to do this temporary mask covering bylaw, and is more about to enhance the enforcement and for the public health restriction. Is that correct?
Provides us a greater opportunity to enforce within the city of Edmonton, yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then also for the public point of views, and because there's so many different angles to look at this cities specifically bylaw, and how we reflect the concern from public about the freedom, about the medical, personal medical information, and then how that reflected to our bylaw.
Well, early on in the pandemic, it was challenging for us to assess medical information of specific, individuals within the city of Edmonton, and what we wanted to take was a holistic approach. So we feel this bylaw, and again, based on advice from Dr. Sikora, ensures that we don't even need to step into that space, that we can provide a bylaw that does include some considerations where there are exemptions, so that we don't need to step into that space, because it does get challenging to be able to confirm individuals' specific medical conditions or situations. Dr. Sikora, I don't know if you want to add to that.
I guess in the interim, and I guess as we've evolved through this pandemic, we've also been able to, I think, refine some of those masking exemption processes. So we've worked provincially with the College of Physicians and Surgeons to be able to have what mask exemption guidelines and guidance may be, and there is an ability in there for individuals to chat with a family physician to help really, I think, address some of those meaningful and perhaps important exemption processes. But we've also been able to highlight and demonstrate that masking is an important tool in the toolkit. If you're sick, stay home, wash your hands, don't touch your face, your mouth, your eyes, wear a mask. We have guidance from Health Canada and what is a suitable mask and face covering, and that those masking processes, along with those other interventions, do help work to reduce transmission events across our city, across the province, of course, internationally as well.
Thank you, Dr. Sikora. And thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to Dr. Sikora, just to be really clear, just given the rise of variants and the importance of, or I guess the growing importance of boosters and additional doses, the case rate condition, you do feel that is just a strong enough indicator, even given that uncertainty? That's correct?
I think it's a reasonable and a pragmatic approach. Yes.
Okay, and then I also just wanted to ask a question about the vaccination status of children, Because I know that that one, it was recommended not to include that as a condition. And I believe one of the reasons behind that is just the possibility that we won't reach that 80% vaccination threshold. So just while I've got you here, can you just enlighten me a little bit as to what is being done to vaccinate children? Are there opportunities for kids to be vaccinated at school? What's the process there?
Great question. I guess since chatting last, we have had approval of vaccine product against COVID-19 for our 5 to 11 age population, and we've been able to implement a program across Alberta, located in many of our large public health clinics. So parents book online, identify a time that's going to work, go down to the site, and one of our very skilled, competent immunizers will be able to immunize your child in that 5 to 11, but also 12 to 18 age group. So that is new. Spacing between those two doses is several months. So I believe it's an 8-week spacing, and then individuals would be assumed to be fully protected 2 weeks after that second dose. We've hit, I'm just looking at my notes, 20% across the province for the 5 to 11 for first dose only. And so to be able to reach even a 60 to 80% coverage for the 5 to 11 population is probably going to take a long time. But again, as Mr. Loftman indicated, it's more of an indicator of what parental acceptance is of immunizations themselves. I think access isn't a primary, access is important, but it's perhaps not the most important aspect of this. Rather, parental concern, parental worry, and trust and confidence is perhaps the more important aspect. And we have campaigns working with Alberta Health and other national entities to be able to address some of those other aspects of either confidence and either hesitancy for parents.
Okay, thank you for that. And are we getting any indication that there are going to be vaccination clinics in schools at this time?
I don't believe we have immunization clinics specific for COVID-19 planned for the school environments.
Okay. So last question. Just looking at the monthly status updates that we would be receiving, what indicators would be included in that? I assume that it would be a little bit more broad than the two primary ones that we're considering today.
Absolutely. So we would give you the current active case numbers. We would give you the R value as recently as it is reported, number of outbreaks, essentially all the same numbers that are available to us and are available publicly on Alberta Health. We'll put it together in an easy to read format for you. So you'll have whatever we have access to easily.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for Dr. Socorro for being here and for the team for the presentation. But just very quickly on Councillor Salvador's question around schools, some of the campaigns you mentioned, Dr. Socorro, you're working with the 2 school boards?
We have been in discussions with the school boards, although I can't speak to specifically about, yeah.
Okay, but there are partnerships happening, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
We've had very good partnerships and discussions with our 2 major school boards, along with many from our surrounding areas.
Okay. And I think I just want to clarify my understanding based on what you said, Ms. Jacobson. So tomorrow, there's going to be a provincial announcement around the restrictions, and we anticipate, loosening over the holiday period. Do we anticipate the loosening of the mask bylaw at that time?
I would suggest probably not. The indications we heard from the announcement are it's going to be around indoor social gatherings.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, that's great. And then I guess one of the earlier questions around false hope and amplifying and not wanting to amplify that. Wouldn't there be sort of a whole communication piece around that too, to tamper expectations? And do we have a communication strategy around this?
Every time that the city makes any kind of shift, we have an accompanying communication strategy to ensure that Edmontonians understand the position the city is taking. We're careful in that comm strategy not to assume the role of medical experts, but we do give guidance to Edmontonians on what best practices are to control disease spread.
But as a tool, I think it would be helpful certainly for kind of setting expectations and not amplifying any kind of false hope that I think Councillor Wright was concerned about.
So if council approves this today to build on Ms. Owen's comments, we would communicate accordingly that it's for consideration, not that at the end of 28 days,
That's
if all
right.
of these other parameters, it's for consideration, not it will happen.
And finally, just so I'm clear, if we approve the amendment, this will enable a more timely review than our current bylaw states. Despite the fact that we have the monthly review as a tool, despite the fact that we can really review anytime we wanted to. And when we do those measures that you have mentioned, you recommend not relying on that for this review, that information will still be very much part of the presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Could, through you, Mr. Chair, could the speaker, sometimes I see on Twitter a reference to a term droplet dogma. Could Dr. Sikora comment on that?
I haven't heard that term specifically. I believe it would likely be referring to primary means by which COVID-19 is spread. What we've learned from our experience over the past 2 years is that COVID-19, much like many of our respiratory viruses, is spread by a contact droplet means predominantly. It means you touch contaminated surfaces, you touch your eye, your mouth, your nose, mucous membranes, you can contaminate yourself and inoculate yourself. Second major means being those droplets, so that when we speak, when we sing, when we cough, when we sneeze, we expel droplets that can hang out in the air for a period of time and possibly infect those around us by others breathing in those infectious particles or those infectious droplets themselves. Face coverings and masks can help reduce droplets overall, both from coming in as a wearer, but also from going out as a wearer as well. The third mechanism by which COVID-19 can spread is through aerosolization, or very, very small particles that can travel greater distances. That can happen in specific circumstances. And it's not the predominant means of transmission, but still an important one nonetheless, as it has impact for healthcare environments, other indoor spaces. It does highlight the need to be able to have those transmission reduction interventions in place, or 2 meter distancing helps. Having good HVAC systems help. The safe for work, safe for play, safe for school screening helps as well, as long with the individuals who do have symptoms should access early testing to be able to help get themselves into isolation as sooner rather than later, so that they don't affect other individuals. Hopefully that helps, Councillor Dance.
It certainly does. And as a follow-up question, one of the areas where I think we as the city can contribute is around ventilation of city facilities. Our libraries, our rec centers, our other buildings. Could you speak a bit about ventilation, where we're at, and any sort of improvements we should be thinking about to mitigate airborne transmission?
I can't speak to the engineering aspects within our city environments themselves, but for many of our indoor public spaces, there are standards to be met through various organizations, and perhaps I can ask Mr. Laughlin to pick up from there.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Sikora. Councillor Jans, we do, whenever we go into provide maintenance or renewal, if we see something that's substandard, we take every effort to adjust it or upgrade it. So a lot of these projects that you see, even with this supplementary capital budget adjustment, where we've got facility renewal components. It would include confirmation of the appropriate systems in place to support good, sorry, I just forgotten the word, but good systems in place to ensure the facilities have the right protections for this.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor.
Actually, sorry, on that. Sorry, I just want to confirm, are we installing CO2 monitors on different buildings?
I'd have to circle back with you on that, Councillor Jans. I'd say it would be, in some cases we have them, in other cases because of the ventilation systems that we have, we're either they're built in or because of the good ventilation, they're not required, but we can circle back on that.
Okay. Yeah, I heard something, another jurisdiction was looking at a bylaw about having to basically display the CO2 ventilation as a way to try and incent different organizations to, okay, this is the CO2 level for this mall, this is the CO2 level for this mall, which mall do you want to go to? Go to the one with the good ventilation. So I'll certainly follow up offline, but other jurisdictions are being very creative in pushing for better ventilation.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair? Yes. Thanks. Are we still providing support to communities for community clinics to increase the uptake of vaccinations? I think we used to do that. We did that, right? I don't know if we're still doing it.
I would say it's ongoing work. So there was approval to give money to Action for Healthy Communities through our community table program. Their work continues through till the end of December. So there hasn't been new money. They're just working through the remainder of the project.
Okay, so that work is continuing. That's good to know. And maybe as we get into discussion on schools, if there's opportunity for partnerships, that's good. On the bylaw, so just to be absolutely clear in my mind, those two triggers must be met. The lifting of the public health orders and the numbers 100 per 100,000 population.
Correct.
Right. And if we pass it today, then we have the counting starts from today unto 28 days.
Correct.
Right. So that gives us at least until mid-January. Then after that, we have 30 days to have discussions.
If in mid-January, so say that 28 days would put us at January 10th or so, if the case rate was still low, and the provincial order had been lifted, you would have 30 days. If the provincial order is still in effect in early January,
then we don't,
the 30
right?
days doesn't start.
Right, then those 30 days don't. But if the provincial health order is lifted, would that 28-day trigger start again, or there will be, okay, doesn't, okay. Then it triggers a conversation among us, and if there are other circumstances that arise, whether they're IC numbers or lower vaccination rates or any unforeseen, then we can consider those. And if we feel that we can continue with the temporary measures, then we can continue those temporary measures, right?
Correct. It's very explicit in this bylaw that council is not required to amend or repeal after it has that conversation. It just simply has to have the conversation.
Got it. Cool. Okay. Thanks. I will move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
Councillor Rutherford?
Vote. Second round.
Yes. Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And I'll take the chair back. Oh, sorry, you were supposed to call that. Yeah, so still learning. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few more questions. So maybe I'll start with Dr. Sikora just on the type of masks that we use. I have had a call, I think, Friday from some folks who are in the, who are working tirelessly in our hospitals right now. And their advice to me, and advice that I'm going to start taking, is that really we should be actively working to use sort of the highest grades of masks. So I know like there's the KN95 mask is one that gets brought up quite regularly because the difference in that mask compared to a cloth mask or other types is substantive. I mean, while cloth is still, it's better than nothing, it's not to the same level. And I just wouldn't mind some feedback from you and guidance on that, because I'm going to take that advice, but I just would like to get your thoughts.
It's a great question. I think we struggled with this over the past 18 to 24 months, Councillor Knack. Our current recommendations from Health Canada and our Public Health Agency of Canada is to use a 3-ply mask, one of which has a tight fabric layer with it. Intent of that is to catch the droplets on their way out, and then the droplets coming in. They are, if well designed and well fitted, those are very good for that purpose and that approach. You speak about the N95 masks, and the N95 masks are good in environments where aerosolization occurs. In close quarters, when in a hospital environment, we're doing aerosol generating procedures. They do have to be fit tested, as in you have to have the right size to fit your facial features, beard and facial hair included, or perhaps more appropriately, you shouldn't be having facial hair if you're going to be wearing an N95 mask. So there are caveats with use of the medical grade N95 masks themselves. So to have a pragmatic approach for our population, something that's easily done, something that is a one size fits all, while at the same time providing a good level of protection against particles coming in, as well as protection to others from particles going out. The use of that 3-layer, one of which is a tight fabric layer, recommendation is the current recommendation, and so it's something that's pragmatic and good for everyone.
Okay. No, I wanted to ask. I realize we can't mandate the type of mask or anything like that in the bylaw. I know that we do still get those questions from time to time, and it's not many, but you still have a handful of people who will question the science of masks, which, and maybe I should just take this moment to confirm that still to date, the research that you are reading is clearly showing that masks are a beneficial tool. Again, they shouldn't be seen as the only way to prevent things. They need to be seen as one tool with many others to help prevent the spread. But you haven't seen anything in the peer-reviewed science that has suggested otherwise yet, correct?
No, and again, masks do have to be worn properly, cover the mouth and the nose. And again, materials do make a difference, but we do see benefit both to the individual and to those surrounding, but also to the community when face masks are worn.
Okay. Just one last question on the N95 piece. I understand, and again, I'm nowhere near an expert, so I'd love your guidance on this, that there's sort of a KN95 mask that is now being used that doesn't have the same type of concerns as an N95 when it comes to being fit tested. Is that your understanding? So I mean, there's KN95 masks that are more readily available in different outlets. I mean, so I'm just wanting to make sure that, is that your understanding that those have a different approach than, say, an N95 mask would?
The use of personal protective equipment does change over time. And again, typically for most of the N95 masks, they do have to be fit tested and worn appropriately or properly. But again, it's difficult to have sort of broad-based recommendations for some of the specific things that do come into place or come into the marketplace.
Okay. My last question, just maybe to administration, is I know you've flagged a couple of items that you would be keeping track of. Do you have sort of a defined list of the different measures you would be reporting on at the various intervals, just so I make sure I understand what we'd be looking at?
Can I suggest we give it to you offline, simply because you'd be testing my memory if I can get all 12 of them?
Sure, yeah, I'd like to get that, or is it possible to come back for a second or another round and get it?
Yeah, if you give me a
Okay.
couple of minutes, I'll make the list.
I'll do that then, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford, you jumped the queue. Oh, Councillor Wright was ahead of you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much for keeping track of the names as they change around. I'm just wondering, Dr. Sikora, in regards to the aerosolization, is that the word? Dr. Vipon and others in the medical community have been, over the past few weeks, putting forward recommendations about expanded mask use, especially in areas like we're sitting now, in meeting places. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that, whether these plexiglass barriers are enough or we should be wearing the face mask more.
It's a good question, Councillor Wright. When we look at where transmission events have occurred, and perhaps and to reflect where transmission events have not occurred, places that have implemented the Alberta Health guidance on workplaces, which does include the safe for work screening, mask and well indoors, 2-meter distancing, plexiglass barriers, hand hygiene, haven't really seen transmission events. Where we have seen transmission events is where there's been closer than 2 meters, where there's been people congregating, say, in a break room to have their lunch, where safe for work, safe for play, safe for learning screening has failed. So I think what the city has done, and many employers have done around remote work, around having good screening, having good physical distancing, having barriers. And then optionally, if an individual wishes to wear a mask all the time, I think that's perfectly reasonable as well. All of our businesses and employers have done a very good job in helping implement those measures to help limit spread of and transmission of COVID-19 in those workplace environments. So I think what you're doing is very good, and of course meets our current standards, but more importantly, we haven't been seeing transmission events in those contexts.
Okay, thank you. So then the risk of transmission is happening more in those indoor social gatherings where the province is looking at easing restrictions on tomorrow, is that right?
Where there is failure in screening, and then mixing of individuals, our current guidance, I believe, is, oh shoot, what's the indoor spaces is, was it 2 households, maximum of 10 fully immunized, and that really suggests that there should be a check for households to have that safe for play screening, but also make sure everyone is immunized if eligible. Hand hygiene, our outdoor is 20 maximum with 2-meter physical distancing. Those transmission events are occurring, albeit at a relatively low level. If the province is contemplating making relaxations in those, it would be because that there's less community transmission overall. But I think we all wait to see what those refined recommendations will be to the public.
Okay, thank you very much for your insight.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I do have a few follow-up questions. So the first one is, and then due to recent comments by our Premier Jason Kenney, mentioned all indicators point to an announcement this week, like I believe it's Tuesday, to reduce COVID restriction in time for the holidays. So what I heard, you also mentioned that we are over 30 days, 30 days into caseloads under the prescribed threshold. So I would like to inquire why we would reset the caseloads threshold today.
Sorry, can you just repeat the last part of that question for me? Why we would adjust the case
Yeah,
rate?
so if the announcement will be tomorrow, that Tuesday, and then to reduce that public perception and for perception for the overlap and between the municipal and then provincial, and then why we need to do that today, and specifically to reset the case hold threshold.
So we were asked by council to come back with an adjustment to the bylaw. We are not in control of when the province makes announcements. They make the announcements. If council isn't comfortable with this bylaw, by all means, you can push it back until you hear this announcement, or you could give it first reading depending on your comfort. But this, throughout the pandemic, it's been very much I think I've used the words before, proactive, responsive approach to how we manage in the pandemic. And this is another example of that we responded to council's direction. We brought back the bylaw, and we discovered that there's potentially a provincial announcement. So in the end, it's council's comfort level with what we have in front of you today, or post the decision or the announcement from the province.
Okay, so if that is the case, and that it is possible, and then maybe we need to discuss between our colleagues, and then we can do this like after provincial announcement. And because that is so important, and for two reasons for me to ask this. The first reason is, and we can look at the announcement and from provincial and how municipal strategic alignment, and to reduce that repeat stuff and from public perspective. And the second reason and then is about yes, and then because we already gave that 30 days, and 30 days, for 30 days there are so many changes, and specifically for winter time, and it is cold and flu seasons, and we do want to be responsible and to our public health. And then specific, Councillor Knack mentioned the ICU case as well, and then that is very important for have the really up-to-date information and for us to make a decision.
So I don't anticipate we would be changing our recommendation on the basis of the work that's happened up to this point, on the basis of the announcement, whatever announcement the province makes. We've built this bylaw in a way where council can make decisions based on what's in their control, which is the face covering bylaw. It isn't immediate removal. It allows consideration of 30 days for council to make that decision. But in the end, if council isn't comfortable with what we have in front of you, then additional direction would be required. We're responding to council's request for information or request for a look at this. This is our best advice based on the information that we have and the advice from the health authority, Dr. Sikora.
Thank you very much. I do understand. Administration did great work and to protect our public health. I believe it's important and for our council and to support and our public health as well. And then that's in my personal value as well. And then just the thinking and from public perspective, and even for myself, speak to myself, I'm not a doctor. I'm not medical expert. So sometimes I do feel uncomfortable to make such type of decision and without any medical and professional knowledge and experience. And so that is why I suggest, and if we can look at the provincial announcement and look at public health restriction, what is changed, and of course consider the different points and from mixed point of views and from public as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I have a few questions. One is for legal. If the title of the bylaw is temporary mass bylaw, but in effect we don't have any temporary triggers in the bylaw, is that problematic?
No, the title has really no direct impact on the actual effect of the bylaw.
Great. And Mr. Laughlin, is it administration's understanding that monthly we will be getting a report? It would come back monthly anyway to a regular council meeting as like a regular report with the current motion. So if we do nothing today?
Certainly, Ms. Poirier, Ms. Jacobson can help in this. My understanding is that the direction going forward is a monthly verbal update at
Yeah.
council meetings. Mr. Corvo has been thinking that as we're many years into the pandemic here, that's probably the most effective way to provide real-time information and real-time updates to council. A verbal update on the current status of where things are at a regular council meeting.
And so we would accept that for information, or we can make subsequent motions or ask, including bringing the bylaw back, that kind of stuff, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
So really, in effect, if I'm understanding, putting this into the bylaw today with these specific conditions that are quite honestly not going to be our full deciding factor, has the same effect as if we make the decision not to today.
I think that's that question is not to be too flippant, but I think that's a question that council has to answer.
Yeah.
Because the reason that this came back is because some on council wanted to provide some sort of metric to understand, will this be a forever bylaw, or will this have some sort of trigger indicators that inform when a decision would be made by council on the temporary face covering. What we've done as administration is provided our best recommendation on how you could do that. But at the end, it's council's decision on their comfort level with that.
But your original recommendation from November was to not have any triggers within the bylaw, correct? That was the original administration recommendation.
That was at the time because we didn't know in that moment that that bylaw was being drafted what would be the right time. We took a bit of time and said, if you would like triggers, these could be viable ones. But yes, in November, we didn't have enough time to figure out what good triggers would be, and we didn't want the bylaw to expire.
Yeah, so again, with the case counts and the provincial legislation, both of those being in place, but what I'm hearing is that monthly report will have multiple more factors like ICU, vaccination uptake rates, the R value, all of those other things. So it's more comprehensive than what we would put in the bylaw in terms of factors to consider.
Yes, I can give you that full list now if you'd like that Councillor Knack was looking for.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, so
I'm done with questions, so if you want to do that, and he can have the rest. I yield the rest of my time to Councillor Knack to answer that question.
Sure. So we would bring you the total number of active cases to date in the Edmonton zone, the number of active cases along with the active case rate in that 100 per 100,000. We'd bring you hospitalizations, ICU numbers, the total number of deaths in the zone, the R value for both Edmonton and the province, vaccination rates for province-wide, the Edmonton zone and City of Edmonton. We would give you the number of outbreaks in the Edmonton zone and some high-level summaries of what the provincial orders are in effect at the time.
Sorry, I was talking to city clerk, so I missed the list. Maybe under Councillor Knack, we have to have a second. Councillor Rutherford, can you move the third round?
So moved.
Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Tang. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. So before I go to Councillor Knack, just a quick clarification, Madam Clerk. Those monthly reports updates will come to council, right?
That is what the direction said in November. That is correct.
Well, they come to council, got it. And then got it.
And verbal.
Verbal, yeah.
On the basis of the most up-to-date information.
Got it. Okay, cool. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think I was frantically typing as you were going through, so if you don't mind actually just repeating it, just to make sure I wrote down everything.
Yeah, please, do repeat. Yeah.
Sure, yes. So it is the total number of cases in the Edmonton zone, the active case rate in the Edmonton zone, that 100 per 100,000, hospitalizations and ICUs in the Edmonton zone, total number of deaths in the Edmonton zone, the R value for both City of Edmonton and the province of Alberta, or sorry, that's the Edmonton zone in the province of Alberta. We will give you vaccination rates for the province, for the Edmonton zone, and for the City of Edmonton. we will give you the number of outbreaks in the Edmonton zone and a summary of the orders that are in effect.
Okay, I just want to double check on the ICUs. You specifically just said the Edmonton zone. Is there any, just because I know that we are impacted broadly, if it is that something that can be included, the ICU capacity across the province, since that's something we have talked about?
We can look at ICU capacity. The trouble, and Dr. Sikora will probably want to jump in here, is that denominator for ICU capacity, for us to give you a percentage, shifts on a regular basis, which is where the problem has been. So we give you the number. But Dr. Sikora?
Yeah, it does shift, and that is part of the challenge. Zone and our Edmonton area hospitals do service a large portion of the north central zones, but also Northwest Territories and bits and pieces of BC and Saskatchewan. So it's a complex indicator, but I think an interesting one to put to really describe the full context within the Edmonton area.
Yeah, I think, again, I'm hearing more about not necessarily putting this in the bylaw, but that might be a stat that I would be interested in, just to make sure I've got a full understanding of the picture. Recognizing we are short on time, Mr. Mayor, I think I don't need to ask any more questions, but I am willing to put first reading of the bylaw on the floor.
Okay, so we have moved by Councillor Knack, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak to the motion? I see Councillor Knack, you're the mover. Councillor Rice? Are you speak to the motion, Councillor Rice? Oh, Councillor Rice? Councillor Rice?
Councillor Rice, I think it's your turn.
Oh, yes, I just looking at my typing. So I would like to speak to this motion. I do understand that this motion is try to provide the extra support for our public health. And then due to the public, due to our budgets is in place and also the provincial restriction announcement tomorrow, I would like to put a motion on the floor and to postpone this after our decision for the budget is completed.
So just for clarification, you'd like a referral motion to take the first reading of this bylaw and move it over to the November 30th Budget Council continuation?
Is the law member 30th?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I misunderstand your last
So
part.
the motion that's on the floor is to give this bylaw first reading, and what I understand you wanting to do is you want to refer this to the council meeting later this week so that it can be dealt with later in the week. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, and to the postpone.
To postpone it?
Yes.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
So just from sorry, Councillor Rice, can I ask some questions to admin?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, you're okay, thank you. From procedural point of view, we only have 3 council budget days left now, right?
That is correct.
So if we don't finish our budget, then whatever the remaining item, if this is on that agenda, then they'll go over to, either we have to go to the next week, or we would have to carry on when we come back in January? Like, what would the procedure be?
So I haven't drafted the wording, so if I understand the intention of the councillor is to send this off to be dealt with on, say, Thursday, at one of the future meetings this week. So it's possible this could, hypothetically, this could be time-specific on Friday at 9:30. That way, it's not necessarily procedurally after budget, but it would be dealt with this week. It's up to council to determine if you want to send this off to be dealt with later in the week, or if you'd like to deal with it today. But a motion to refer or postpone is in order.
Okay, got it. Okay, just a scheduling point of view, because getting through budget is also important. So, okay, cool. So Councillor Rice would have to move that, or?
I believe Councillor Rice is trying to put it on the floor, and I'm just going to type something up when I get a couple of seconds. I'm just looking for a seconder.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack.
Just for clarity, would you like to make that time specific? Because as the mayor has indicated, after budget could possibly be in the new year, because I wouldn't want to guess when budget will finish. So is it to be time specific?
Yes, and if that would support us to get other things move, yes. Yeah.
Okay, so we could just, to pick a time, I'm just going to say Friday at 9:30.
Would be the last item after the budget is done.
That is assuming that the budget finishes. And I don't know that I'm in that position to determine that right now, so that's why I would suggest that it be time-specific.
So we would have to stop the budget discussion, go into this item.
That is a question for council to answer.
Okay. Okay. So what time is going to be? What is the motion?
I'm just asking, it could be at 9:30 a.m. on Friday. which I believe
December
is the-
17th?
I believe, I will check my calendar.
Yeah.
It is the 17th.
I'm okay if Ms. Mayor would like to put this end of other since it's done. I'm okay for that as well.
I'm sorry, could you just say that again? Sorry, I was
I said I'm okay for the time specific if Ms. Mayor would like to put this item and after every other sense is completed.
So that's different than it being time-specific. So would you
So-
like this to be the last item on the agenda?
So-
After everything else is completed, or would you like this to be time-specific?
And from city council as a whole perspective, what would you like, Mr. Mayor, for the time for discuss this piece?
So technically, it would be really helpful if you put a motion on the floor and then it was seconded, and then if a councillor wanted to change the time specific or wanted to give advice on its perspective on the debate, that's sort of how the process would work.
Okay. So time specific is more proper, right? Yeah. That's my
I
understanding.
can't say if it's more proper.
And because I'm still new, and then forgive me if I have misunderstanding for the process. And so what's the suggestion and for the?
And apologies if I'm not being clear. When council makes a decision to send an item to a future event, you need to define what that future event is. So the options before you is you could make it time specific at one of your 3 upcoming budget meetings, which would, as the mayor correctly said, it would mean stopping your budget deliberations to come back to this item. Or you can put this as the last item on your agenda. I just don't know when you're going to finish your agenda. So it's not time specific, but it's when an event occurs. So it's completely your choice. I can write up either motion, whatever works for you.
Put on the last.
As the last item? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And is that okay to the seconder?
Sure.
Thank you.
So we vote on this first?
Yes, that would be great.
So the motion,
We're just
Yeah.
typing it up and we're
Yeah.
going to put it on the screen. So it's going to say that bylaw 19938 be postponed to the November 30th, 2021 City Council Budget Continuation Meeting, and it will be set as time specific, the last item in your agenda.
okay, that's moved by Councillor Rice, second by Councillor Knack. Anyone to speak or say a few words, or Councillor Rice to close?
I'd like to speak to it. Sorry, I was on for that.
Councillor Hamilton, just start, we need to start a new list here, just give me 1
So
second.
there is a list
Yeah,
here.
go
Mr.
ahead,
Mayor.
Councillor Hamilton.
This is my old counselor hat, on. Historically, when council has had to make a time-specific agenda at the end of budget, that has not been a really great governance practice. And Councillor Knack may be laughing because he remembers years of really odd decisions that come at the end of budget and what I'm hearing in the questions is there's a lot of decision fatigue already here. There is nothing, this administration has brought back a report at the request of council, but there is nothing from what I'm hearing that it was forcing us to make this decision before the holidays. So I would say to council, if you are not feeling that, or if you would like to either make a decision today because we're up on time, it's 12:01, or we can put this off, I think, safely to the new year. If you want to wait until after the holidays and after we go through all of the planned family gatherings, I would very strongly, emphatically caution against deciding this as the very last item after budget. I cannot emphasize that enough. I would very strongly say, don't make it, and maybe I'll move an amendment. Either this goes to the first meeting in the new year and we can talk about it at the first council meeting, or we decide this today. So I'm inclined to move an amendment that says, move to the January 25th,
24th.
I think it is, 24th meeting, because I've sat through so many of these meetings. Last decision comes in, and I don't think it's in the best interest of the residents of the city if we are deciding this at the 11th hour, and we don't need to be doing that to ourselves or to administration or anyone else. So that would be my amendment, that we don't decide this. Either you take the amendment, postpone it to the 24th, or we decide this today. Yeah, that's my opinion.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So that, if that is the case, if that happens, the current bylaw continues, right?
That's correct.
So the current bylaw will remain in effect. So the bylaw is not going to be changing. So it'll remain in effect until we have discussion in January or February, whenever do that. Okay, got it. Okay, Councillor Hamilton, I know we're out of time. I would like to conclude this either way. Are the rest of the people to speak on this? People on the list? No? Okay. So, Councillor Hamilton, are you going to make that amendment?
Yeah, I'm moving an amendment to the amendment to make it, to move it to the 24th of January, 2022.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette. Okay. All right, we have, there'll be amendment to the amendment, right, Madam Clerk?
There's a motion on the floor, and there's now an amendment that's
Amendment to the motion. Okay, please vote on the amendment to the motion.
You have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we'll come back to this on what day?
No, so that's the amendment to the main motion. The main motion now needs to be voted on, Mr.
No,
Mayor.
main motion needs to be voted on, which will be coming back to
To City Council on January 24th.
January 24th, be it. So this discussion will carry on, no, sorry. What will happen on January 24th?
So what happened was the Councillor Knack put the motion on the floor for first reading of the bylaw.
Yeah.
Councillor Rice then asked for a postponement motion to
Yeah.
have this come to council on Friday.
Yeah.
Then Councillor Hamilton put an amendment on the floor, which just passed 11-2.
Yeah.
So now the motion on the floor is that this bylaw now be sent off to the January 24th City Council meeting.
Got it. So this bylaw that we were discussing today now will be discussed on January 24th.
If City Council passes the
If
motion
they
on the
passes
floor.
this motion. Got it. Okay, cool.
Sorry, point of order, if we do not pass that motion right now, what happens?
Then the original motion moved by Councillor Knack is back on the floor.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now we vote on the So if I'm clear, voting no, oh, sorry,
Point of
I
order.
need to explain.
Okay, if third reading does not pass on Councillor Knack's initial motion, I'm just trying to understand when that would come back.
So we haven't even got that far yet, because we
Yeah.
haven't even voted on first reading. So if this motion fails, so the motion, just to be clear, the motion on the floor right now is to stop the discussion today and pick the discussion back up in January. If that fails, Councillor Knack's motion for first reading is on the floor. If that passes, someone might put second reading on the floor. If that passes, somebody might put consideration for third. That requires unanimous consent. Then we're at the stage for third reading.
Okay, if
Yeah.
consideration fails, when would that get pushed
That
to?
will be moved to the next council meeting, which would be in January.
Okay, thank you.
Clear as mud. So it is that if can I speak to it?
You should ask the deputy mayor if you would
To
like
take
to
the
speak.
chair? Yeah.
Yes.
So I think I absolutely understand the intent from Councillor Rice on this, having further discussion or aligning it with the provincial announcement tomorrow. So the announcement will be made tomorrow, but based on this amendment or what we have in front of us, we will not be coming back to discuss this until late January, right? So it makes the announcement or Councillor Rice's consideration pretty irrelevant in a way that it is not going to be aligning with the provincial announcement anyways, right? So I think I cannot support this. I think we need to move forward on the direction on the bylaw today. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Councillor
The,
Paquette. Sorry, I'll take
the
the
list
chair back.
hasn't shown up, but I would like to speak to this.
Just while he's waiting for that, I should move to extend orders till 12, let's say 12:20 for now.
Second.
Okay, got it. Okay, please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes, Mr.
Display the votes. That's carried. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quickly, I voted for the amendment because that's just a much better process and procedure. So thank you to Councillor Hamilton for that. On this vote now to postpone, I will be voting no because I'm ready to vote today. And what is in front of us to consider and to vote on as per Councillor Knack's motion, I believe has no material effect one way or the other with what a provincial announcement might be later on. It's simply a guideline, and it has no bearing whatsoever on provincial decisions. So I think we're in the clear, and it's just a good, solid policy for us to have in place to guide us in future decisions. So I'm ready to go. Thank you.
Cool. Please vote on the motion.
Mine is not coming up. Oh, there it is.
Councillor Jans? Councillor Jans, are you with us?
Yes, sorry, I'm a little confused though. We're voting on Councillor Hamilton's amendment now.
No, we've already done with that. We're voting on Councillor Rice's motion.
So to be fair, Councillor Rice's motion to refer was amended by Councillor Hamilton, so the motion on the floor is to continue this discussion on January 24th.
Yes.
I understand. Sorry, thank you. I was not knowing what to not know.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. And now we're back to the first reading that's moved by Councillor Knack. What is closure of the bylaw? That was first reading, right?
First reading.
Yeah.
And I was on that list to speak
Then
to this.
we'll go back on the list to speak. I admire City Clerk, how they keep the list alive. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I as well am ready to vote on this today, but I will be voting no, just for the sake of wanting to make sure that the bylaw stays as simplified as possible. And considering that we have the intervals of reports coming back every month with comprehensive data, I think it's a false misnomer to put these triggers in the bylaw. And I do think that bylaws need to not be as fluid as our practices and processes, and I'm worried that we're constantly changing this bylaw. The reason it needs 3 readings alone shows how it should not be something that we can simply flick a switch on. And so I will be voting no to this motion to keep, no to the first reading and this overall amendment. For that reason, I think it's really important from a public health perspective that we have honest and real conversations with the public, and I worry that putting in kind of an arbitrary goalpost is not living up to the values that I said I would live up to at this table of being courageous and honest about the reality. And I think there's so much context here, and it's ever evolving, that keeping it in place as is and then on a monthly basis getting the up-to-date information for those decisions is, to me, the best approach. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette? Oh, no, Councillor Paquette, you're not on the list anymore.
I was on for before. Thank
Got it. Councillor Wright?
I thank you. I as well will not be voting in favor of this amendment. I do think that there's so much more to consider, and we are considering that. And to just pull out a couple triggers just to confuse the public more, I don't think is appropriate. I think Edmontonians have wanted and expect City Council to take a leadership role, no matter what the other levels of government might be doing. So I think I want to keep with that expectation and just keep it simple for them, and then make those decisions based on the current data that we do receive and the more comprehensive data that we receive from the city administration on a monthly basis.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. So I voted yes and to the amendment, and because I do believe and from authority, jurisdiction authority, and then provincial government has policy body, and also AHS has operational body. As a city councillor, I'm not a doctor, I'm not expertise for this topic, so I'm not feel comfortable to make any decision, and then for the policy already in the place, and to protect our public health. And so that is why I moved the motion to have the further discussion on Friday. But my colleague amended it from Friday to January. I understand, and other colleagues worry about the timing, and because January is already after the holiday seasons. And so from that perspective, yes, an amendment, I support it. And so right now, I just want to understand is the process right now. We're going to vote for the first reading for today's bylaw presented by administration, right?
The amending bylaw that amends the temporary face covering bylaw, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, and I very much appreciate the perspective about, being that we have monthly meetings, do we need to have anything in this? And I'll share from my perspective why I think we actually do. One of my biggest challenges over the last 2 years as we've went through this was frankly the lack of information from the provincial government and their inability to provide any type of meaningful data. And I want to be very clear, I'm talking about the provincial elected representatives, and I'm not talking about our great folks like Dr. Sikora and Alberta Health and Alberta Health Services who have done everything possible to try to keep us informed. I worry about the lack of information and not having something for people to look towards. This has been a trying time for people for a very long time, and recognizing that all that would do is it would ensure that there is going to be a conversation within 30 days, I think is something that we lack right now from the provincial side. Tomorrow there's going to be announcements based off who knows what, yet again. And I don't think that's good governance from the, and so this is my critique of how the province has handled this, and it's made our lives very tough. And so I don't like the idea of having a bylaw that does not have something to work towards. And yes, I understand and will appreciate the criticism that it is moving the goalposts. But that has been what has happened over the last 2 years because we are learning each and every day. We have new things that help inform the decisions that we make. And as long as the decisions we are making are based off good evidence and we can clearly communicate that to everyone, I think it is reasonable to have something in this bylaw. So that is why I think it is important for us to have something in place, recognizing we're still going to have monthly meetings, and we'll have an opportunity at any point in time as a council to bring it forward independent of that. But at a time where people are fatigued, I want to make sure they have something to look towards as well. Because without that, I worry about compliance, about decisions such as something as simple as masking, which is what we should all be doing still. People are getting fatigued, and if they don't see an end, you know, we put the word temporary in that for, I appreciate that the bylaw legally doesn't mean anything, but I think it is important because while I don't necessarily subscribe to the fear of some of those people who think this will never end because they might not believe in the science of masks, I do appreciate that they have a legitimate fear about never seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. So that's why I felt comfortable with moving this, and hearing the list of measures that we will be tracking each and every month give me a lot of comfort. Because I do think we need to watch all of those. I was originally thinking of putting more into it, but appreciating that we'll have that to help inform what we're doing. So I'll encourage members of council to support this and make sure we provide some type of information. And yes, that will frustrate some people, but I think it will frustrate far fewer people than what we've seen from the province over the last 2 years. Thank you.
So we have first reading on the floor. Councillor Rice, so procedurally, Councillor Rice, you have questions? Like what is, I see your name up.
Yes.
So we've just.
So just procedurally, can you explain that after the motion has been, or first reading has been moved, now we have to vote on it first, right? Then Councillor Rice may have subsequent motion or questions.
So I think what you did correctly was the first reading's been put on the floor. There was a chance for councillors to ask questions, and then the mover of the motion, which was first reading, has actually spoken to close. So now it would be procedurally correct to call the vote.
Yeah, so we cannot ask questions after once the mover has closed the bylaw. So please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of item 7.2.
Second reading, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Principe. Please vote on the second reading.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
So consideration for third reading is to allow for third reading to happen. Right, so, okay, seconded by
Second.
Councillor Stevenson. We're all sharing and seconding here today. Cool. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. Consideration has been.
Consideration has failed, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, is that,
So it's by mistake, so we can
Yes.
reconsider it. reconsidered the
Sorry, could I actually
consideration.
just clarify that that the person who voted incorrectly?
I
Yeah.
voted incorrectly. I'm sorry. Could we move that again?
Is that okay, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, absolutely. So we reconsider consideration?
I jumped the gun. I'm sorry.
We'll just put the vote back on the
We
floor.
put the vote back on, so it's passed unanimously.
Well, we don't know what the vote will be. We'll just put the vote back on.
Oh, put the vote back. Okay, all right. I thought it was just going, you're going to just do, okay. Change the vote from Councillor Wright. So, okay, all right. Procedures. Please vote now again.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes now. That is carried. Now
yes.
vote third reading.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading of bylaw 19938.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Here you go. All right. Now please vote on the final reading of the bylaw. To carry on the masking bylaw. Or with amendment, with changes, right? So cool vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. Now that is carried. Okay. Notice of motions and motions without customary notice. I do have one, so I have to see the chair to.
Or you could do it after your next item, because you actually have a time specific at 1:30, so.
Oh, yes, I'll do that at 6:30.
Great.
All right, okay, cool. Oh, yeah, of course. We need to come back at 1:30. So somebody move that we go into private at 1:30?
So moved.
Councillor Stevenson, seconded by?
I'll second. Karen.
Seconded by Councillor Principe. Okay, please vote to go into private at 1:30.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk. Same here.
And sorry, Councillor Stevenson, you were a yes as well?
Yes, yep.
Thank you. And Councillor Jans?
Yes, as well.
Thanks so much. We have all the votes, Mr.
See you at 1:30.
Can I just confirm
Sorry,
that
can we
the
declare the vote,
subcommittee-
please? Excuse me,
Display the
Councillor
votes,
Jans,
please.
display the vote, please.
Carried. Vote is carried. Oh, shoot. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to move the recommendation? Are you
Yes,
there?
if you have the wording, because I think it's fairly specific with regards to the FOIP piece. If you wouldn't mind putting it up. I can wing it too, and it would be something like I'll move individuals named in attachment 1 of the December 13th, 2021 Office of the City Clerk report be appointed to the Edmonton Police Commission for the term of January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2023, and that the December 13th, 2021 Office of the City Clerk report, OC 00832, be referred to the January 24th, 2022 City Council meeting, and that the December 13th Office of the City Clerk report, OC 00832, remain private pursuant to Section 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Oh, man. I feel bad making a notice of amendment. We are really late. And I do have a notice of motion. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And I'll just quickly explain what it is. It is a notice of motion on childcare. As we all know, affordable childcare will soon be a reality in Edmonton for Edmonton families, thanks to the joint announcement between the provincial and the federal government. On November 15th, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Alberta Premier Jason Kenney announced a childcare agreement that will see cost drop in 2022 and will eventually see a $10 a day childcare available across Alberta within the next 5 years. And city can use its ways and to ensure the success of that program by embedding childcare facilities in all communities so that people don't have to worry about where they live. So my notice of motion is that administration provide a report outlining how the City of Edmonton can help to increase the number of affordable childcare spaces accessible to Edmontonians by investigating, but not exclusively, the following options: using the zoning bylaw as well as current and future development plans to remove bylaw barriers that may currently exist, using city-owned and operated facilities throughout the city to provide affordable and accessible space that could be used for childcare providers, and working to develop a comprehensive childcare strategy that considers how to provide spaces, including outside of the traditional needs of 9 to 5 work hours, that will meet the needs of all families, fosters greater collaboration between school boards, local nonprofits, community organizations such as community leagues, and childcare providers. It's a notice of motion. It'll come for debate in the new year when we come back. Cool. That's it?
Yep.
We are adjourned.